ceremony inside today. But before that, we're going to have some dance, and we're going to have some speakers, and we're going to join our community inside. So, when immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Fight back.
When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
Stand up, fight back.
Stand up, fight back.
Stand up, fight back.
Stand up, fight back. Woo, woo.
La lucha sigue, sigue.
El pueblo vive, vive.
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 La lucha sigue, sigue.
El pueblo sigue, sigue.
No raids, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here.
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 No borders, no walls. Legalization for all.
No borders, no walls. Legalization for us all.
No borders, no walls. Legalization for all.
Borders, no walls. Legalization for all.
No borders, no walls. Legalization for all.
Borders, no walls. Legalization for all.
Stop the deportations. Demand legalization.
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 Alright, thank you everyone. So first up, we're gonna hear from one of our members, Yoselin from Aurora Unidos CSO. Please come up, Yoselin.
I am a dragon, you know.
All right, we did this one. But when immigrants' rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
Exactly. We stand up and fight back. And that's what we're here to do, folks. So thank you all for coming out here today. My name is Yoselin. I'm a proud immigrant and organizer with Aurora Unidos CSO. We are a grassroots group fighting for immigrant rights, including legalization for all. This afternoon, we are joining our community in rejecting Senate Bill 47, which would do irreparable harm to our immigrant family, friends, and neighbors. In addition to many egregious changes, Senate Bill 47 would make it easier for local police to collaborate with federal immigration enforcement. But let's be honest, our local police already have bloated budgets, and not much to show from them aside from paying out victim settlements with our tax dollars. Having local police act as ICE agents erodes trust amongst immigrant neighbors in seeking justice and makes our entire community much more unsafe. If you need further evidence, ask the black or brown people in Aurora if police make them feel safer. Unfortunately, Senate Bill 47 isn't the first bill like this, and it won't be the last. But historically, we've seen a similar bill, Senate Bill 90, fail. My initial question is what has changed since Senate Bill 90 was repealed that makes lawmakers think that Senate Bill 47 would be any more successful now? And furthermore, why are lawmakers trying to justify spending millions more on laws that don't improve public safety? We invited you here today to speak against this bill or to help show in solidarity by being present. A lot of people believe this bill is dead on arrival, but I think we've learned that we can't always trust our elected officials to act on behalf of the best interests of their constituents. It's important that we show up today, make our voices heard, and then continue to show up to remind them that we're watching them and that we will hold them accountable. We acknowledge that the time we're in right now feels overwhelming, daunting, and maybe even scary, but allow that justified fear and anger to radicalize you. Today, or when you're ready, we invite you to get organized. People power is about being in community with folks who are passionate about fighting for a common cause and who intentionally show up as allies for others who are oppressed in their own ways. We truly believe in the power of the people and know that the fight for justice won't end here today. But we hope to see you tomorrow when the fight continues. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Escucha, estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Damn you.
Escucha, estamos en la lucha.
Well, thank you, Yoselin. Yeah, we understand that the people are the makers of history. That's why we're here today. We can't rely on our elected officials to, implement the changes that we need as a community. And that's why we're here today. Really, the way we actually, forward change is through organizing, through people organizing. And, every single person here is a part of that struggle for change. And I hope everyone recognizes that here today. You are a part of a larger movement. And that movement doesn't start five months from now. It doesn't start tomorrow. It starts right now, right? We can make an action each and every day on what we do. And thank you everyone for, showing up today and, supporting your community. So yeah, my name is Brandon. I'm a child of an immigrant. I stand before you today not only as a Chicano, but an organizer. And as someone who has, firsthand seen these devastating impacts, we know firsthand what this Senate bill is going to do to our community. My mother was a victim of an ICE raid after a coworker argued with a manager that threatened to call ICE. And, he did. That later led to her deportation. And this was a long time ago, and we stand to oppose that today. And,
Hell yeah!
and I have family members that are undocumented that have been extorted by their bosses, threatened by deportation, and we stand against that. I have family who have sought refuge in our house after their apartment building was raided, people who have no longer felt safe to be in their own home. This is the type of repression that we are facing today and that we stand against. That's why we're here today. And this Senate bill threatens to bring back these nightmares. This bill seeks to reverse progress that's made in Colorado. It allows police to operate more closely with ICE, and it allows immigrants to be detained while going to court. We stand against all of this. And this isn't just about preventing a step backward, it's about moving forward. We demand legalization for all. We demand a world where migrants are treated with, dignity, not to be treated with disregard, that are seen as illegal, but as human beings deserving of dignity, respect, and the same rights as everybody else. No one should live in fear of deportation simply because of their status. This isn't just about law, it's about justice. And as a member of Aurora Unido CSO, and also as a member of the Legalization for All Network, we stand with all the people that believe in a better future. One where immigrant families are embraced, not targeted. We cannot afford to go backwards. Our communities deserve better, and together we will build that world where everyone belongs. There's testimony inside today, and I hope you make your voice heard. And particularly if you are an immigrant that is impacted by this, I hope you make your voice heard. That is powerful today. So when Trump says go back, we say fight back. Trump says go back.
We say fight back.
Trump says go back.
We say fight back.
Trump says go back.
We say fight back.
Trump says go back.
We say fight back.
When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
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 All right, thank you, everyone. We're gonna have one more speaker before we go in. We're gonna have Paladin come up. If you can, please come up.
Hey, you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paladin Malamu, and I'm a second-generation immigrant to Ethiopian parents. I am also an organizer with the Denver Students for a Democratic Society. Even before Trump got into office, we have seen attacks on student organizers and immigrants. Under Biden, we saw the denial of asylum seekers and the condemnation of pro-Palestine student activists. We saw attacks on students continue even after the encampment movement. Universities have made it their mission to ban SDS chapters. The University of South Florida administrators expelled Victoria Hinckley in her last semester before graduation, and the same university suspended and helped deport Joseph Cherry, a Colombian student, for their involvement with the encampment for Palestine. Shame!
Shame!
Trump's nomination for Attorney General Pam Bondi has been calling for student activists to be investigated by the FBI. Trump's nomination for Secretary of Education Linda McMahon wishes to attack public education. Trump's border czar Tom Homan wants to launch immigration raids all across the country. Now we're going to stand back and do nothing, or are we going to fight? Any attacks on students will find organized student opposition here across the country and right here in the Denver metro area. The SDS says, dare to struggle, dare to win. We demand our university administrators defy Trump's attacks and even attacks locally on immigrants, on students, and on education. We demand administrators do not hand over sensitive information about trans or immigrant students. On a campus like mine, our area, with over 40% of the students are Chicano and Latino, we must oppose local attacks from ICE and the Trump administration. As a child of immigrants, I know firsthand the sacrifice immigrants make in this country, especially so if they're undocumented. Undocumented people have to deal with some of the most brutal working conditions, deal with employers underpaying them and get threatened with ICE. On our campus, we have companies like Lockheed Martin with laboratories who try to recruit to their companies, military contractors. These same companies help militarize the border. These companies make the bombs and weapons that destabilize countries in the global south, forcing people to flee. We need to unite against Trump's agenda and protect our immigrant students and save our public education. We say, no more deportations!
No more deportations!
We say, education is a right!
Education is a right.
Not just for the rich and white!
Not just for the rich and white.
Education is a right!
Education is a right.
Not just for the rich and white!
Not just for the rich and white.
Thank you. Thank you, Khaled, for speaking how, why we're here today is connected to a larger struggle against the Trump agenda. And it's also connected with the different movements, like the student movement that SDS is engaged in to defend immigration rights on their campus. And then lastly, I think we have one more speaker from Freedom Road Socialist Organization. If Nels, if you could please come up, and then we'll go inside.
Hi, I just wanted to say it's good to see you all out here, and we salute CERC, we salute Aurora Unidos for taking action against this racist bill, and we stand in full solidarity, and we'll be standing with you inside too. I just wanted to read a statement by our Chicano Latino Plus Commission, the FRSO, and again, my name is Nels, member of the Freedom Road. In the first 2 weeks of his presidency, Trump has unleashed a highly publicized campaign to deport Chicanos, Mexicanos, Central Americans, and others. While he claims to be targeting criminals, the most recent raid here in Denver, Colorado had officials stopping everyone in the neighborhood and asking for documents. In addition, Trump has also canceled temporary protected status, or TPS, for more than 300,000 Venezuelans and tried to restrict birthright citizenship granted in the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Shame. Trump has even started shipping detainees to the Guantanamo military base in Cuba, isolating them from family, friends, or any sort of legal support. Shame. But where there is oppression, there is resistance. The history-making wave of protests from coast to coast and border to border has surged. Led by Chicanos, Mexicanos, and Central Americans, multiple walkouts by high school students right here in Denver and in other places across the country, protests on freeways, and arrests with the demand of no deportations. This has taken the movement to a new level. In the wake of the first wave of courts have begun to suspend some of Trump's most illegal acts, such as restricting birth and citizenship. This mass movement has also stiffened the spine of some Democrats who were largely demoralized by Trump's victory in November. While we want to build the broadest fight possible against Trump and his attacks, including the Democrats, they are in no position to lead. When they controlled Congress and the White House, they failed twice to pass any legalization bill, and too many of them voted for the anti-immigrant Laken Riley Act. Shame! At the core of this growing immigrant rights movement are Chicanos, Mexicanos, and Central Americans. These communities are some 70% of the undocumented, are concentrated and around the oppressed Chicano nation in the Southwest, and are overwhelmingly working class and most willing to fight. And at the same time, we need to unite with everyone targeted by the Trump administration, from Haitians to Venezuelans. And so in the Freedom Road we say, no to deportations. Que viva la raza! Chicano power! And we say, build the fight against Trump and his racist attacks. Power to the people.
All right, thank you, Dells. For pointing out the important struggle that we have as working class people to fight with, people that have common oppressors for national liberation and, for our rights. So, we'll say it again. Trump says go back.
We say fight back.
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 El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
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 All right, and with that, everyone, we're going to go inside and we're going to do testimony against racist and reactionary bill. And we're going to join our community in testifying. And I think entrance is this way, right? Is that correct? Yes. That way? Both sides. Yeah, both sides. All right, both sides.
So if you need some safe place to put your signs, you can put them in our bucket.
Did everybody hear that? No signs allowed inside? You can leave them here?
Oh! If you need someone to watch them, I'll watch your sign. It sucks, but salute to the independent media out here, huh? Always appreciate you being out here, Colonel.
I appreciate you. Are you going?
Yeah, I'll be going inside. I gotta go store this thing. They definitely let me bring this.
No, I don't think so.
Inmigrantes que no tienen un plan para la comunidad y que no nos están buscando a nosotros
side accessible,
Yeah,
I
the
think?
other side
Yeah.
should be accessible, yeah. La puerta.
Just around the stairs.
Aquí al ladito, luego, luego.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, they're right there.
Yeah, we're good, we're good. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think, did you not see me like getting everything out of that computer a couple of times? I'm gonna do like Okay, have you ever seen the machines that like you have to walk under and like they like the generator behind it and they throw a surge? Long story short, there's this machine and you walk through and you just randomly say like you know throw a surge. I don't know what algorithm or whatever it is. And then there's some like biggest screen because they're really like they talk about really updates and they do like
I was like, I knew this was happening. I'm supposed to be outside.
We get it. It happens. It's a day. That's the capital when you ever
I know, seriously.
How you guys doing, operator?
Yeah, that's fine, kind of boring, you know, whatever. Here we go.
I'll throw it to you.
Yeah.
The boring versus the boring.
Oh, I didn't mean to step on you. Is it, we're going upstairs? Okay. I came here for a class field trip in, I think it was 5th grade. 5th grade or 6th grade? I don't know. And we went all the way to the top. My friend he was just my best friend. He was so sick from the heights. Hi. You go this way?
This is for the immigration?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right. Okay. He was afraid of heights and he was gonna throw up. I had to help him up the stairs.
open the roll call.
Senator Bach.
Here.
Senator Pelton B.
Excuse.
Senator Pelton R.
Here.
Senator Sullivan.
Here.
Here.
Here. All right, quorum is present. Senator Beacom informed me that he has to present the bill in another committee. He'll be back in a little bit. Okay, our agenda today is SB 135 followed by SB 47 in that order. That does reflect an inversion of the order printed in the morning calendar. The reason being is there are only a few witnesses signed up for 135, which Senator Carson is about to present. This allows us to resolve this bill and Senator Beacom's way.
This is the whole thing, isn't
So
it?
Bill 47 concerning which came over
I
folks.
think your seat is better.
As you noted, this is not our customary room. We made some last-minute arrangements to have use of this room. It's 3 times the size of the room that the State Affairs Committee normally meets in. If you happen to be in touch with folks who maybe haven't found their way, you do have the old Supreme Court, sorry, the old State Library, just over that way. That is overflow space. The sound from this committee's deliberations should be piping into that. If somebody texts you,
We're in the overflow space.
related to this bill, and
We're in the overflow
find a way
space,
to
and
let them know,
I'm trying to get closer,
that
guys.
room
Sorry.
is available for
My video is
overflow.
bad as it is.
Thanks for bearing with us as we rewire how things operate around here to try to have sufficient room to accommodate everybody who wants to engage in the committee's discussion about SB 47. I'll have some other announcements about how that part of the hearing will go a little bit later, but before that, we will turn to what is now the first item, which is SB 135, and we'll invite Senator Carson to make any opening comments on that bill that he'd like to make. Please, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 135 for your consideration today. When I threw my hat in the ring for the state Senate at a vacancy committee in January, my message was clear. Government is too big, it's growing too fast, and taxes on Colorado families are too high. I made it clear I would focus on controlling spending and tax relief, in particular through the protection of Tabor and its tax relief mechanisms. Today, the bill today before you addresses the spending side of the equation. Thursday, you'll be considering a bill I've introduced to phase out the state income tax over the next decade. I've handed out a chart there on the spending. Source of that is the Common Sense Institute. It basically shows the growth of the state budget over the last decade and a half, and you can see from that that the problem we have is not a lack of spending or lack of tax revenue, I should say. The problem is the growth in spending. The bill today would create a government efficiency authority made up of private sector business leaders tasked with reviewing state government programs and departments to find efficiencies, cost savings, and opportunities to streamline programs. Members of the authority would utilize their own business expertise, would hold public hearings and explore efficiencies and cost savings, and would take additional input from the public at any time. The authority is made up of 5 members, 1 appointed by the governor, 2 by the Senate, the president, the minority leader would have 1 appointment each, and 2 by the House, the speaker, and the minority leader. They'll all be volunteers, but will have 3 principal advisors: the staff director of the Joint Budget Committee, the director of the Office of State Planning and Budgeting, and the state auditor or their designees. Finding cost savings in the state government should be a bipartisan interest and concern at this point. Both parties need to work together to get the state budget under control. This year's shortfall may be $1 billion, and the situation is likely to grow worse in future years. According to the Joint Budget Committee memorandum just released on February 14th, the state budget is in an unsustainable path. The state is required to maintain a 15% general fund reserve, and this is simply not possible with the current growth in state spending, even without a recession occurring any time in the next 5 years. The memorandum warns the state cannot sustain business as usual. Sustaining a general fund reserve will require either additional revenues or a bend in the cost curve. The memo goes on to state that projected general fund obligations would exhaust the reserve completely by the year 2029. General Assembly faces near-term challenges for FY 25-26. Sustaining the reserve will require significant reductions in obligations and/or the availability of additional revenues. Therefore, spending reductions are coming here and now this year. This year's general fund budget was a 10% increase over the prior year, and the one we're looking at for next year is likely to be a reduction. So we're looking at a dramatic change. The authority that this bill would create will have no independent power to make cuts, reduce employees, or implement consolidation, but it would make recommendations to the General Assembly, the governor, and the agencies themselves. The authority will take some time to ramp up, but will identify cost savings for the next year and in future years when the budget situation will be as challenging or perhaps more challenging than it is this year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to entertain them.
All right, thank you. Members, questions and responses, Senator Clinton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Carson, for bringing this bill. I see here that the members that have a 2-year term, you stated that they really don't have any authority, just an advisory type role.
Yes,
Senator Carson.
yes, Senator, I thank you for your question. Yeah, they would have 3-year terms, and they would be an advisory group, essentially. The authority rests with the General Assembly here. We're the ones that got to make the tough decisions, but I think we benefit a lot from input from the private sector, from business leaders. They've had to face cost-cutting challenges in their careers. In all likelihood, the type of people that would be appointed, I think, would bring good expertise to the table.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I see that examining the financial position of state departments is one of the charges. Do you anticipate overlap with what the audit committee already does in that area, or would they be charged to maybe look at different parts of the financial picture? Senator.
Well, I think they would work together. I think the main thing is it would give the business community a chance to really put input into the equation that perhaps we don't have a lot of right now, private sector expertise, and then allowing the public to make their suggestions to the authority, and the public hearings that would be held, I think would be a great opportunity. You know, we get a lot of suggestions as members of the Senate all the time, and this would give folks a vehicle to bring their suggestions, recommendations, and experience to the table.
All right, members, other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing this bill for our consideration. In the information from the Common Sense Institute, it states that per capita spending in 2005 was about $5,140. It's now almost $7,000. When you control for inflation, however, $5,140 in 2005 is almost $7,500. So controlling for inflation, we decreased the amount that we're spending per person in the state of Colorado. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I believe that chart does take into inflation into account. Their numbers show government spendings outpaced inflation and population growth. Adjusted for inflation, total state appropriations for Coloradans increased by 35% from 2005 to 2025, growing from 5,140 to 6,924. So that study, they do that every year, an analysis of the state budget and all the different spending categories, and it's on their website, and it's a good tool to look at.
One follow-up. So there's nothing on the piece of information I have to indicate it's adjusted for inflation. If these numbers are not adjusted for inflation, would you concede that we decreased the amount of spending per person in the state of Colorado between 2005 and 2025?
Senator Carson.
Well, yes, I mean, yeah, I think generally groups like that, CSI, and the numbers I always look at factor in inflation. You know, I think that's a fair way to look at it from an economic standpoint. It's real growth. It's real growth in spending. It's not just nominal or inflationary growth.
All right, Senator Cullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess the handout I've got does have stated in there adjusted for inflation. Just wanted to clarify that.
All right, Senator, it's possibly more in the way of a comment, feel free to respond. This analysis appears to be based on total, what we would call total funds in the state. We've had some pretty significant exogenous policy change in the form of the ACA and the state's bipartisan decision to create our exchange and opt into that, and then state funding of the expansion population, which shows up in the federal funds ledger, FICPOP in particular. I am not going to try to scramble now and pull up the general fund data, but I do wonder if actually we would see the same percentage growth if we control for exogenous policy change and just with the general fund. My first year here, actually, I did an analysis like that from 2000 2001 to what was then the budget year discussion in 17-18. And long story short, if you look at general fund as a share of personal income, which is the measure we commonly use, it was actually had dropped 10% in the 20 years going up to that point. I guess my point is what metrics we look at matter. You're free to respond, you're also free not to.
I agree, Mr. Chairman, definitely. And, I think this is just looking forward, a vehicle to tap into expertise from the private sector. Like I said, I think it's really a bipartisan issue at this point. We've got some big challenges ahead on the budget, and if we can find efficiencies and cost savings, I think it would be a valuable tool to bring in the private sector and the business community into the equation.
Thank you. Being no other questions, we'll go to witnesses. Senator, there's the equivalent of one panel. I'll just call everybody up at once. I think it makes the most sense. Online on the Zoom, if we can look for Ali Belknap, B-E-L-K-N-A-P. Also online, Kristen Hartman, H-A-R-T-M-A-N. And in person, Nash Herman and Carson. And while we get our folks connected on the Zoom, we'll start with the witnesses in the room, whoever would like to begin. And for everyone, for the balance of the afternoon, there's a gray button on the stem of the microphone when you come up to the table.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Greg Lopez. I'm the former congressman of Colorado here for the 4th Congressional District. One of the things that I would like to share with you, I sat on the budget committee in Washington, D.C. And as you know, at the national level, there's a $36 trillion national debt that grows by $1 trillion every 100 days, regardless of what Congress does as it pertains to the budget cycle. Here in Colorado, it appears that it looks like there's a number being shared that's we're over budget by $1 billion. And I think looking at this bill and evaluating the process and procedures by which money is being expended, I think it makes common sense for us to look at that. I see no harm in looking at having a committee, an advisory board that would say, you know what, let's evaluate how processes get done. As a former director of the United States Small Business Administration here in Colorado, I can tell you that oftentimes the bureaucracy, the employees that work for either the federal government or the state government, sometimes, they don't look very closely at how processes are being done. And so I think it would be wise to perhaps have a committee that would evaluate that. Like I said, it has no real authority. It really doesn't have anything of influence outside of highlighting and making suggestions of what could happen. I think in today's economy, in today's world, people just want assurances. They want to be able to trust government again. They want to be able to make sure that the elected officials are really looking out for the taxpayers' dollars. I see no harm in passing this bill and allowing it to move forward. I think if you wanted to evaluate, perhaps the timeline as to how long the committee should be in play, whether it's 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, I think that would be a reasonable thing to consider. But ultimately, I think the good people of Colorado are just asking, would it be appropriate, and I think it would be, to have an outside group of business owners along with appointed officials from the state to just step back a little bit and look at it from a different lens and just evaluate it from a different perspective than what we've been doing for the last several years. So with that, I would just urge the committee to support this bill and vote that it goes to the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Herman, please go ahead. Thank you, Chairman and committee members, for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Nash Herman. I'm a fiscal policy analyst at the Independence Institute, Colorado's state-based free market think tank. I'm here to testify on my own behalf in support of Senate Bill 135. I strongly support Senate Bill 135 because it is our state government's duty as a servant of all Coloradans to be as transparent and efficient as possible when spending taxpayer money. The proposed government efficiency authority looks beyond partisan lines to create a better state government for all Coloradans. While the federal government's Department of Government Efficiency is controversial due to its blunt and unilateral enforcement, Colorado's Government Efficiency Authority would consider all Colorado voices for the betterment of our state. Despite heated political debate surrounding DOGE, Americans' requests for efficiency and transparency from governments that serve them are entirely reasonable and popular. According to Harvard's most recent Harris poll, 72% of registered voters support the existence of a U.S. government agency focused on efficiency initiatives. Our founding fathers had lofty goals when writing the nation's founding documents. The ideas of consent of the governed and taxation with representation are paramount to American and Coloradan democracy. However, what is different today from the 18th century is that we finally have the technological capability to truly realize transparency in governance. As an individual taxpayer, I can and do account for every penny I earn and spend, and there is no excuse for our governments not to be held to the same standard. Waste, fraud, and abuse are very real and constantly threaten to erode our cherished institutions. As Benjamin Franklin wisely said, a republic if you can keep it. Good governance is an ongoing process, and for that, I respectfully urge you to vote for Senate Bill 135. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you'll please hold the table, we'll go to our witness online and we'll open up for questions. Ms. Belknap, if you can hear us, feel free to activate your camera. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ellie Belknap, and I'm the Executive Director of Colorado Common Cause, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that works for open, honest, and accountable government. Back in the 70s, our Colorado members actually drafted Colorado Sunset Laws, which became a model adopted by the majority of U.S. states. Our sunset laws allow the states to review and terminate agencies, boards, and functions of government to ensure that active programs are necessary and continue to be in the public's interest. Colorado Common Cause is also a major architect of our sunshine laws and has worked on government transparency issues for decades. We remain committed to government accountability and the sensible use of state resources. However, we emphatically urge the committee to vote no on this bill. Federally, Elon Musk is leading the Department of Government Efficiency, taking unprecedented authority as an unelected and unappointed friend of the president to disrupt federal government operations. Presently, this effort is not only threatening critical services, but it's putting the private data of the American people at serious risk. Across both sides of the aisle, the American people are angry and reject Elon Musk's inappropriate role in determining the functions of our government. This bill appears to make the same assumption that giving all government agencies authority a blank check to access and investigate our state agencies, putting the private data of millions of Coloradans at risk. This bill states plainly that the authority will work with the federal government to implement federal directives designed to increase government efficiency and reduce costs, or in other words, carry out the Elon Musk agenda. Allowing the authority to accept gifts, grants, donations, and federal money is dangerous and confounding. We can clearly imagine how a pay-for-play relationship with this entity could reward private interests and give them an inappropriate role in determining how state resources are used, because that's already what's happening at the federal level. In exchange for hundreds of millions of dollars in donations to the Trump campaign and in-kind promotion on his social media platform, Musk has been granted special access to the White House, including an official email address, office space, and involvement in key governmental decisions through the Department of Government Efficiency. Musk has amassed much of his fortune from American taxpayers through SpaceX government contracts and Tesla subsidies. And now he and other unelected Trump allies are in the driver's seat of federal government operations. We cannot validate and reinforce this foul and corrupt agenda here in Colorado. Please vote no on this bill, and thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Okay, thank you. Members, questions of the neighbor witnesses, Senator Pelley. All right, for this bill and for the other one, understanding there is a diversity of opinions, no applause, no cheering, no booing. We just need to keep our opinions to ourselves. I want that to be the last reminder, please. Senator Pelley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this question could be for either gentleman down at the table. You guys both know the challenges that this General Assembly faces this session with being, there's several different numbers out there, but it could be close to $1 billion overspent. Could we benefit from recommendations from the private sector, when it comes to government spending?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think common sense would say that you always benefit anytime there's someone else looking at the same data, the same information. Because it's important for someone else to look at it through a different lens. And if I read this legislation correctly, these people would be appointed by the governor, some of the auditors would be represented, so there is a checks and balance. And I think it would just make common sense and the people would feel trust in the government here in the state of Colorado that if there was another group that was evaluating just the process and procedures of where the money is going, really it would be up to the legislature and the department heads and the governor to make a decision whether they're going to make any changes or not. But I do believe that having another advisory committee would be very beneficial for the state of Colorado.
Thank you. And again, either one. You think it'd be beneficial for the legislators up here, especially ones that don't own a small business, and the governor to have regular top-down reviews of spending in state agencies by leaders in the business community?
Mr. As I said before, transparency and efficiency isn't a one-time thing for government, and I believe this Senate bill would bring in voices from all around Colorado, not just the legislature, as we're used to.
Thank you. And what kind of expertise did you guys envision coming to the table in this sort of an advisory board?
Well, it all is going to depend on who the governor selects, who gets appointed. I would expect that there would be some qualifications that people are looking for as pertains to knowledge, understanding of balance sheets, understanding of cash flow, understanding of where the revenue goes and how to track it. So I think there would be, really it's going to be up to who gets appointed, but ultimately, I think you're going to find that people are going to be conservative. They're going to have a fiducial responsibility to look over the money of the taxpayers. And I think that's really what this bill is all about. It's just allowing the taxpayers, the good people of Colorado, to understand and feel that if there is a group of individuals that are not elected, and there's nothing wrong in having a group of individuals that are not elected, to give advice. Look, every elected official, I'm sure you folks also have your own personal advisors on any issue that you're discussing, because you need to get your hand on the pulse of what's going on out there. And I think right now with what's going on in our nation, it would be wise for Colorado to acknowledge that there is an uneasiness right now as to how the money is being spent. And I think this would be a common sense approach to make sure that people feel comfortable that in Colorado, our money, the taxpayers' money, is being utilized correctly.
Thank you. And, I get it all the time that, why doesn't the government spend money like the private sector does? Do you think there's a perception out there is a difference, between politician spending and business owner spending?
Mr. Byrne. I would say definitely they have different motives, first of all, between a business and bureaucracy. Businesses are, their goal is to make a profit, whereas governments don't really need to answer to that, and so they don't have to be as efficient usually, although that's what we'd all like more. Senator, one more.
Yeah, one follow-up. And so do you think, in your opinion, some of those metrics that the private business sector uses could be beneficial and transferred into government spending?
Of course, I think, as we've talked about before, there's different input is always a good thing. And what wasn't mentioned as much before, I believe, I don't have the bill in front of me, but there's supposed to be a lot of private citizen involvement in this as well. So that wasn't mentioned. Okay, we'll go to Mr. Buster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Herman, I don't know, you don't have the bill, I don't know if you've seen the fiscal note. Apparently, this is going to be free. This doesn't cost us anything. All of those people who are working on this board are not getting paid. Do you believe that? Do you actually believe that all of these people will do all of this work for the state and not get paid for it? And if that's the case, why aren't they doing that right now and bringing these ideas to us so we can figure out ways to run more efficiently?
I'm not sure about if there's current mechanisms where that's possible, and so this is just opening for that. For more involvement from these, for these business leaders, these appointees, I don't know the process of how much they're talking to you.
Okay, so you believe that business leaders are going to get together for free and devise some kind of a plan to make the state of Colorado run better? Is that's who we're going to choose somebody and tell them, oh, and by the way, you're not going to get paid for this. We're just asking you to do this for free for us so that we can put this together. I mean, because the governor's office doesn't believe that. I mean, they don't believe that it's going to be free because they have a fiscal note that's over nearly $600,000. Is going to hire 5 additional people. And on the planning budget, they're going to have 1 additional person that's going to do that. So it looks to me like putting this together is growing our government. It's costing us more money. We're having to hire more people to do this. I mean, what am I missing, sir?
And Mr. Herman, just to unpack that in for anyone else following along. There is a part of the fiscal note for this legislation on page 3 called the departmental difference. We do see that sometimes. It means that, if you will, there's a difference of opinion about what the cost to fund the policy might actually be between the legislative nonpartisan staff who do the fiscal note and the executive branch sources that were consulted for the analysis. That's what Mr. Buccio is talking about doing this one. That's for the different analyses to decide. I guess I'm not doing that analysis. Okay. Shifting gears, I have a question for Ms. Bucknell. You hinted at it, but I'd like to be more explicit. So, apart from the what of what's going on at the federal level, I think the concern a lot of Americans have is the conflict of interest, given the various business financial interests that Mr. Musk has. Reviewing the bill, I did not see any explicit anti-conflict of interest language in here, and given that that kind of lens on government is a wheelhouse of common cause, I'm willing to see what you think about the lack of conflict of interest provisions in the legislation.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. We are pretty concerned by the lack of language as well as the authority's ability to accept those gifts and donations for what I believe is the operations of the entity. And I believe the language also disallows the use of state funds for this entity. So I just think that the way this is set up invites really a pay-for-play relationship and really invites private dollars in. And we know that many private interests do have specific goals in mind for how state dollars are used and the functions of state government, whether that's to benefit their work or disadvantage someone else's. That's the nature of having a private interest, and I think that's just simply structurally a flaw in this bill that leaves it open to quite a bit of undue influence.
Appreciate that. All right, members, we have about
run to time on questions for this panel, but thank you for being with us. Thank you for being with us online. That was everyone who had signed up. Final call for anyone who wanted to speak to this bill, 135. We'll get to the next bill. So, all right, seeing none, we'll close the witness stays. We'll invite Senator Hurst back. All right, Senator, we'll ask if you have any amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any amendments.
Thank you. Committee amendments. Seeing none, we'll close that phase. Senator, if you'd like to make any wrap-up comments.
I would just conclude by, saying I do think there are many business leaders in this state who do have the interest in the future of the state. I would not shock me at all that they would be willing to volunteer their time in such an enterprise. Business leaders volunteer their time all the time on civic organizations, charity organizations, and working for the good of the state. So I would just ask the committee to consider the spirit of the bill, which is just to solicit ideas from the business community, the private sector, and see if we can get some good suggestions and help us out in balancing this budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
All right, thank you. Committee closing comments. Senator Cullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you very much for this bill. I think it's very timely. With the budget problem we're having in the state right now, Bill, with spending of our budget and the cuts we're going to have to make, I think this is very timely. I think it never hurts to have more than one set of eyes, and maybe the private sector is very needed in here, even though some of us, we live in private industry right now. It doesn't hurt to have a diverse group of people come and give their expertise to this, because there is more than one way to skin a cat. So, and another thing, here in government, we pass bills and we don't always see the unintended consequences or what could happen down the road, 2, 3, 10 years. So, and I think having those people would be a good addition to our state government, would help it run better. So with that, I'm an enthusiastic yes.
All right, members, other closing comments. Okay, Senator, I'll say of this. We are having a moment, I think, in the state and the country concerning broadly the question of government efficiency. I did read that memo that you alluded to. It is sobering for all of us. If one is a newer member here, it is sobering to step into it. If you've been around and seen good budget cycles and bad, it's still a pretty new thing. To the point of waste, fraud, and abuse, I think we broadly agree on that. When somebody commits fraud against the government, it's fraud against taxpayer dollars. And I don't stand for that either. I was actually a prime sponsor on a False Claims Act in the 22 session, so that there's authority to go against people who do those things. We've alluded to the audit committee that meets again tomorrow morning. I think they do important work for us. One of the witnesses referred to that organization's role in the sunset process. We were the first or the second state out of all 50 of them to have that process, and it allows us every couple of years to make changes to entire regulatory regimes or advisory boards, or frankly end them entirely if we think that their time has lapsed, which we are doing in a few instances this year. Concerning the business perspective, I think any legislator of any party who's spent some time around here appreciates that the business perspective is heard pretty loudly. There are a number of organizations representing, I think, big and small business concerns in our state. They are very well represented here. I talk to their lobbyists too, I think we all do. I have made amendments to bills that I'm sponsoring in response to concerns brought forth by private sector voices when I think they're reasonable and they make sense. So to all of those concerns, which are valid concerns, I do think that they are spoken to in other ways. As to the balance, or as I look at it, lack of balance in this bill, I am concerned. We propose to super empower some individuals here, I think, without sufficient screening for conflict of interest or diversity of perspectives. 10 years ago now, I started working for a nonprofit. Like a lot of nonprofits, they are funded by charitable giving. And in the Great Recession, that charitable giving cratered, and they had to lay off almost 20% of their organization. And they were just recovering from that time when I got hired on. The memory was still very raw for those who had to make those decisions, all of which is to say, nonprofits have to balance a budget too. And I think that, in a group like this, we might find some value in those perspectives. And to the point of the specific directive, to work with the federal government. I see laws being violated every day by folks who weren't even elected. I think all of us have to brook a certain amount of decision-making by those who are elected, but we're in a whole different place. So you put into issue some very valid things to discuss. More broadly, I am unable to support the specific formulation of this bill today, and I thought it important to say that about why. We have inquired of Senator Pete Pelton. He is still in the middle of presenting a bill in another committee, so he'll be called excused from the roll call vote. I just wanted to note that. With that, the routing for this legislation is to the committee of the whole, and I'll ask if there's a motion, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 135 to the committee of the whole with a favorable recommendation.
All right, proper motion. Ms. Jackson, please call the roll on 135.
Senator Bob?
No.
Senator Pelton B. excused. Senator Pelton R.
Aye.
Senator Sullivan?
No.
Chair.
No. Okay, the vote is 1 to 3, and 135 is not referred to the committee of the whole. Is there another motion, Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we postpone indefinitely Bill 135 with a reverse roll call.
Seeing no objection, proper motion, and 135 will be postponed by reverse roll call. All right, thank you, Senator. Okay, with that, we'll proceed to the next bill and the last bill on the agenda, which is Senate Bill 47. Okay, because we have a lot of folks who wanted to engage with the committee today, I will announce some slightly different time parameters here. Per usual, we'll invite the sponsor, Senator Baisley, to join us and make open comments. And as you saw in the last bill, there will be a period of time for members of the committee to engage in Q&A with the sponsor. We will limit that to 15 minutes. We'll then go to witnesses. Because there are so many folks who want to speak to the committee, we will alternate sides out of fairness. I've invited the senator to indicate what side or position he would like the committee to hear from first. We will tend to call folks up in groups of 4. That's how many chairs we have at the table. So for the bill, for against, for against, and so on. The first 3 panels of 4 on each position will have the standard 3 minutes. After that, we will ask folks to make their remarks to the extent of 2 minutes to keep the flow moving and not have the committee bogged down in questions, because we want this time to be for members of the public. We will limit questions by the committee to each panel to 7 minutes. When that time has run, we'll just move on to the next panel and an opportunity to ask questions. And I'll just try to call on folks as I see hands up here and alternate so both sides get some time in. With that, I'm casting my gaze for Senator Baisley. Okay, I'm advised that he is in another committee. They are concluding a roll call vote, and he should be joining us shortly. So for the moment, the committee will be in recess.
No hours, no charity. But you can do this.
If they approve it, then we'll go for it. Again, that's the vote for it, not for a vote. Yeah, that's why everything goes so far. Well, I usually look at that, same thing. Every government, every corporation, most churches, most not-for-profit organizations, all follow the same board members, all the same.
When I worked at South Street, we did the same thing.
He's undercover right behind the bench.
That's why we're getting the extra.
My brother. So
Yeah.
Nobody.
And I got my my father, but it was a girl. My father was the master of the national grade. He was standing there for his graduation. They were very casual. They had a junior grade. I have there was Pomona. I think that was my mother was the secretary.
Oh my
Like that's how it used to be. Yeah, just some underway. Oh yeah, that's what you have to do. That's the Saturday you want.
I don't care how much.
Yeah, totally. I did that with
Yeah, I remember sitting at the conferences, just sitting there, very bored to talk to me.
That's why you watch that series. You can't write. He was you can't. And then the other guy actually happened to do that before it was actually off for 3 years. One day I'll what did you guys
That is, and then there's
healthy ways to think.
they're the isolation. They can live in they don't engage with college. They move up to like Nome, Alaska. Those are foreigners. Everybody thinks it's the same type of
Yeah. Those guys are great.
Who are their
I
own
could be with my bro, blah, blah, blah. It's like,
But it was really smart.
oh my god, it's so great. Like they totally trolled the
Yeah.
put in the ordinance on that house party.
Yeah. Totally not Joe.
Those guys actually got to show them.
there's that the people who are in what they're doing. A lot of these guys.
Back.
So the guys who are looking for the check, they end up in the industry. They end up doing like, they become real. Those guys who
everything they do.
I really like it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's great. Oops. Yeah, it is. I don't know what happened there. Sorry, guys. All of a sudden it was loose. To do. Sorry. Sorry about that.
It's a reading and we get better at that, but we don't get, I don't understand it. I'm sure there's some in the background people that have I'm sure. And we need to talk to poor politicians.
Please come back to order. Senator Baisley has concluded business in and of the committee and is before us to make his opening comments concerning Senate Bill 47, and then we'll proceed in the way that we just noted in terms of witness testimony. A couple other announcements. Again, the Old State Library, which is the room at the door and to the left of it, is set up as an overflow room. Once you have had your chance to testify, we are over capacity in this room, and as you notice, there's lots of folks outside in the overflow room. Once you've had your chance to testify here, if you would be so kind as to relinquish a seat, maybe take up position in the overflow room. That way somebody who is in there who might want to come here to testify can do so. Nobody who has signed up is going to lose their chance. We'll do repeated calls for folks before we conclude the witness phase later in the day. That kind of thing just helps us keep the trains on the track when we have a large turnout like we have today. With that, Senator Baisley, go ahead and make any opening comments about Senate Bill 47.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, members of the committee. You're hearing out Senate Bill 47. My pleasure and honor to introduce this bill. I want to begin with a metaphor. A famous metaphor about that glass with water in it. It's the optimist that says that glass is half full. And it's the pessimist who says the glass is half empty. But it's the engineer who says the capacity of the glass is twice what is necessary. Okay, that was a laugh line, but the point of this bill is to right-size the laws that were put in place about a dozen years ago that prevent our law enforcement, our sheriff deputies, our police officers, our district attorneys, and so on from contacting the federal government regarding people who have been arrested and are suspected of being in the country illegally at the same time. Now, when those previous laws were created, the notion was trying to avoid the involvement of law enforcement in immigration matters. And I think that's an understandable goal. However, I don't think that at that time, 2013 in particular, that they foresaw how many millions of people would have come over the borders illegally and overwhelming many of our communities. It's estimated that of the 12 to 20 million folks in the U.S. illegally, that over 155,000 of them reside in Colorado. So no one predicted 12 years ago that Trinidad and other gangs from other nations would organize in the United States. It is suspected, I think we've all been hearing this, that Venezuela themselves, the nation, the government of Venezuela, at least the leadership there, has directed the organization of Tren de Aragua in kind of cities across the United States. Local law enforcement is therefore having to defend against the aggression of another nation. So I'm going to repeat that. The challenge to our local law enforcement is they are having to deal with other nation involvement in their community. It's beyond what we have expected of them up to now. It's the local law enforcement's responsibility to defend their citizens, but it's the federal government that has the constitutional responsibility to address illegal immigration and related violence. Article 4, Section 4 of the United States Constitution says the following: the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion and on application of the legislature or the executive against domestic violence. It is the responsibility and the authority of the United States federal government to address these immigration issues. Indeed, the federal government has even jealously sued states for attempting to resist unlawful immigration in their states without the federal government involvement. So Senate Bill 47 does not conscript law enforcement as being agents of ICE. I want to make that clear. That is not what this bill even mentions doing. What it does do is it allows, and I'm quoting from the bill itself, it allows a peace officer who has probable cause to believe that an arrestee for a criminal offense is not legally present in the United States may report the arrestee to the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office. I want to emphasize that this is an allowance for when local law enforcement arrests someone for a crime and they have reason to believe that also that person is not in the country legally, and you can imagine gang tattoos and the like, then it would now be allowable for them to contact ICE and ask, is this someone that you want to be handling rather than us here at the local level? This is not asking for local law enforcement to become agents of ICE and to be involved in sweeping and looking for people who may be illegally in the country and moving them out. That is not what this bill does. This is only when someone is arrested for a criminal offense. That's when it comes into play. I believe it's way too much for us to expect of our local law enforcement, our district attorney, our courts, to deal with an international crisis. I believe this is a reasonable rollback of those parts of those laws over the past dozen years or so that right sizes where we ought to be in what we allow our local law enforcement to do to protect their citizens and to hand over rightfully to the federal government when it is the federal government's constitutional responsibility and authority to handle. You're going to hear from quite a few witnesses today. Obviously, folks who are in opposition to this notion, but you'll also hear from quite a few uniformed officers, some sheriffs, and by the way, it was sheriffs that asked me to run this bill, specifically Teller County Sheriff, my sheriff, who I deeply respect, Jason Meixel, and others that you will hear from today, giving their perspective, along with county commissioners, along with district attorney. So I hope you will give them your ear, give them your consideration for how the current laws restricting their official behavior makes it difficult for them to protect their citizens. And and I'll just leave it, I'll let them explain all that. So that's my opening, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, thank you. Members' questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing this bill before us today. Do you have any idea, and maybe I'll just have to ask the sheriffs, but a cost to house these illegal violent criminals in our county jails? I mean, which ends up being, you know, an unfunded mandate. So do you have any idea of the cost of that?
Sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question, Senator Felton. While I don't know off the top of my head, as I was walking in here, there was an analyst who studies such things. He said, hey, I just emailed you what the cost is. Just coincidentally, that very question. I will email you what he sent me, but I don't know that off the top of my head, Senator.
Senator Bowman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Beasley, thank you for bringing this bill to our attention. So I believe the specific policy that this bill tries to resurrect is one that was used in some counties. Teller County, I believe, was the only county in the state that used this for some time. But that practice was basically a jail keeping someone in the jail after state criminal law says they can be there, just so someone from ICE can come and meet that person. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Ball, that is addressed in this bill, but it is not the crux of the bill. And in fact, I think when Sheriff Mike Sill, who's in the first panel, when he comes up, I would recommend you ask him that question. And I'm sure he's listening right now in the room and can address that specific. But see if I have it right here. Yeah, the bill reads, as I read before, and it'll continue in a longer sentence. The police officer with probable cause to believe that an arrestee for a criminal offense is not legally present in the United States may report the arrestee to the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office if the arrestee is not held at a detention facility. So I'll still recommend that Sheriff myself expand on that.
So I asked that question just to ask, the Colorado Court of Appeals in 2022 held that that practice was unconstitutional, that it's a warrantless arrest, violates the Fourth Amendment. Meaning, even if we pass this law, that practice is still unconstitutional in Colorado, so there's no way for jails to do this anyway. So I'm curious what you see as the practical impact of this, given as I see this as a statute that authorizes what's been held to be